Patrolman Jeremiah Johns.
That's it. Definitely.
Yes. Can we put the podium back?
All rise, this court's now in session.
Seated. Next witness.
The state calls Patrolman Jeremiah Johns.
Raise your right hand, please. Swear testimony you're about to give is the truth, the whole truth, nothing but the truth, so help you God. Yes, sir. All right, have a seat right here.
Please state your name for the record, spelling your last name.
Yes. First name Jeremiah, last name Johns, Johns.
Where do you work?
I currently work at the 4th District for the Cleveland Division of Police.
How long have you worked for the Cleveland Police Department?
Going on 6 years this August.
And what is your title at the Cleveland Police Department?
Title is patrolman.
What are your responsibilities as a patrolman?
My responsibilities vary. Handle any radio assignments that come down from the start of my tour to the end.
You said that you work for the 4th District. Have you always worked for the 4th District in the almost 6 years you've been with the Cleveland Police Department?
Yes, I have.
Are you a certified peace officer in the state of Ohio?
Yes.
I'm going to direct your attention to July 4th, 2024. Were you working in the early morning hours of that day?
Yes, I was.
And were you driving in a marked police car?
Correct.
Did that police car have sirens and rotating or flashing lights?
Yes.
And when you're on patrol in the 4th District, is there a specific area that you're assigned to?
Yes, ma'am.
And on July 4th, 2024, what would that specific area have been?
That specific area would have been 4 zone.
And what area does 4 zone encompass?
It accompanies 93rd and Kinsman, where the district is located, all the way north to around Woodland and Woodhill, and then everything east of that.
Are you in a police car by yourself or is someone else with you?
I do have a partner,
And what is the name of your partner?
Ty McFadden.
Now, during your shift on July 4th, 2024, were you made aware of a BOLO that had been released the previous day?
Yes, ma'am.
And which departments was this BOLO from?
It was from Shaker Heights.
And what does a BOLO notify you of?
BOLOs stand for be on the lookout for, and essentially anything that catches their eye as far as vehicles that are involved in felony crimes, so on and so forth. Just something that they tell us so that we're also aware, being that we border their city.
And what did the BOLO from Shaker Heights advise you to be on the lookout for?
They advised us that there was a red Ford SUV that was stolen out of their city as an aggravated robbery, indicating that it was done violently, and they just wanted to make us aware that it was last seen heading into our city.
Do you know the license plate of the specific car that you were looking for?
Not at this time.
Is there anything that would refresh your memory as to what that license plate was?
Not at this time. If it was a Ohio hard plate, it was. That's all I know at this time.
Is it documented in a Cleveland police report?
Yes, ma'am.
if you saw a Cleveland police report, would that refresh your memory as to what the license plate is?
Yes, ma'am.
You've indicated that you don't remember the license plate of that vehicle. Would looking at the Cleveland police report refresh your memory?
Yes, ma'am.
I'm going to ask you to look at it and then look up when your memory has been refreshed, and I'll take that police report away. Has your memory been refreshed?
Yes, ma'am.
And what is the license plate that you were on the lookout for?
It was Henry Yesterday King 7490, HYK 7490.
And did there come a point during your shift where you and your partner located that vehicle?
Yes, ma'am.
What happened once you saw the vehicle?
So while monitoring the radio of the other cars that were initiating in a pursuit, we had observed that one street east of where we currently were at 90th and Buckeye, we heard that the passenger of the vehicle had bailed and had been quickly apprehended and detained. The driver of the vehicle then fled from the driver's side and continued to run westbound towards where we were at. So as we approached 90th and Buckeye, we observed the red Ford Explorer and observed a male, black hoodie, black pants, running westbound from the vehicle. That's when me and my partner then engaged in a foot pursuit.
Did your partner go with you to search for the individual who had fled from the vehicle, or did your partner go to the vehicle?
My partner, initially when we drove up, we attempted to apprehend the male that bailed from the vehicle, but he had squeezed through a fence. I then continued while my partner went back to the vehicle because we had observed at the time that the vehicle was left in drive, and the vehicle was currently going northbound towards a busy intersection. So we wanted to make sure that the vehicle was secure and there was no one else in the vehicle prior to going to search for the suspect.
Was there anyone in the vehicle while it was in drive?
No.
You mentioned that someone had jumped out of the car and was arrested. Was that person identified?
Yes.
Who was that person identified as?
It was identified as Pierre.
And what is Pierre's last name?
I do not recall at this time.
Was a cell phone, if you are aware, located on Pierre's person?
On his person, I'm not aware at this time.
So while you are searching the area, what are you looking for?
At this time, we have a basic suspect description of what me and my partner saw. It was a black male, medium length dreads, wearing a black hoodie, black pants that was seen running westbound.
And while you are canvassing the area, are you wearing body cam?
Yes, I am.
And how is your body camera footage recorded?
Can you rephrase the question as far as?
What steps do you take to initiate the recording of your body cam?
So it can either be manipulated manually with 2 taps of the center button, or once we go to the level 3 selector switch of our in-car light system, they'll automatically activate.
And how is your body cam stored?
It is stored at the district in a locked room behind the officer in charge's desk.
I'm going to show you on the screen in front of you what has been marked for identification as State's Exhibit 5A. Are you able to see what is on your screen in front of you?
Yes, ma'am.
And prior to testifying in court today, have you had the opportunity to view this clip of your body cam?
Yes, ma'am.
And was it a fair and accurate recording of the events as they happened?
Yes, ma'am.
Your Honor, the state moves to admit Exhibit 5A into evidence.
Any objection to 5A?
No objection,
It's
Your Honor.
admitted.
Going to publish State's Exhibit 5A.
A dog coming? Negative. He definitely did not go over there. You see my zone car parked over there with the lights. He never made it that far south.
286.
This male is on the phone right now, behind the bakery.
Ty, where you at? Ty! Right behind the bakery.
over yet?
Yeah, roll over to your side. And just stand up.
You guys good?
That word is first, thanks.
Hold it.
We just got me one middle scene over here.
How old?
Yeah.
Are you gonna write for me inside anything say
Anything you say can will be used against the court of law. You have the right to an attorney. If you cannot afford an attorney, want to be appointed to you free of charge. You understand?
you cop out?
Pausing the video at 1 minute and 10 seconds. On the screen right now, we can see a red vehicle. Is that the red vehicle that had been, that you'd been notified about in the BOLO?
Yes, ma'am, that's a red Ford Explorer.
And is that where the vehicle was when you found it?
It was further south of the street. It had gained some distance while it was rolling on its own and drive, but that's where my partner did hop in and stop it and place it in park, yes.
For 90 at the Buckeye. Huh?
So why are you sitting back there?
Hey, radio, can you mark that this man was detained?
So in this clip we just watched, we saw you canvassing this area and then immediately begin running. Why did you begin running?
So if you notice in the video, you heard that distinct beep. That beep is when an officer presses this orange emergency button at the top of his handset radio. It automatically cuts all other traffic from other officers and primarily prioritizes that officer's radio traffic. So being that I heard that beep and immediately heard my partner's badge number 286, I knew that he was A, either in trouble, or B, needed help for whatever reason that was. And then, of course, following after the beep and radio acknowledging badge 286, he stated male at gunpoint. And that's when I then proceeded to run towards his direction and ask where he was.
And is this male who's on the screen right now your partner?
Yes, ma'am.
And what is his name?
His first name's Ty, last name McFadden, badge 286.
And this individual who your partner is arresting, was he identified?
Yes, ma'am.
And who was he identified as?
He was identified as King Isaiah Hagwood.
And do you see that individual in this courtroom today?
Yes, ma'am, I do.
Please point to him and identify him by an article of clothing.
This gentleman over here in the light blue striped shirt and the black blazer, gray blazer.
May the record reflect that the witness has identified the defendant.
Yes.
You mentioned that when you saw an individual run from the car, they were wearing a black hoodie. Did officers canvass the area and attempt to locate the hoodie?
Yes, ma'am.
And was the hoodie located?
It was located, yes.
And where was the hoodie located?
So if you see in this video where it is currently paused, it's in this little cubby right there. If you come out and immediately to the left, there's a pile of wood that is approximately 15 feet around the corner away from Mr. Hagwood. And if you can tell right there on the bottom corner, tucked in the closest part of that stack of wood, is a black article of gold clothing, which one of our detectives, Detective Madison, did locate after doing an article search of the area.
If you saw a picture of that hoodie in court today, would you recognize it?
Yes.
I am going to put on your screen what has been marked as State's Exhibit 6. What is this a picture of?
There's a picture of a black hoodie, ma'am.
Is this a fair and accurate photograph of the hoodie that was located in that wood stack?
Yes, ma'am.
Has it been altered or changed in any way since you last saw it?
No, ma'am.
The state moves Exhibit 6 into evidence.
The objection,
No, Your Honor.
it's admitted.
Do you know if this photograph is of the front or the back of the hoodie?
This is, I want to say, the back of the hoodie, because as he was running away, as he made his way running westbound through that fence, I observed from the small portion that I did see him that there was white graphic designing on the back of the hoodie as he kind of shimmied his way through the fence.
And is the other side of this hoodie that there's no photo of plain black?
Yes, ma'am. Should be.
Now, after the defendant was arrested, was his person searched?
Yes, he was.
And what, if anything, was found on his person?
While patting him down, Officer McFadden did locate a black cell phone in Mr. Hagwood's pocket, which was then given to me to be secured.
And were you present while your partner, Officer McFadden, retrieved that cell phone from the defendant's pocket?
Yes, ma'am.
And would you recognize that cell phone if you saw it in court today?
Yes, ma'am.
I'm approaching the witness with what has been identified as State's Exhibit 7. Please take a look inside of this envelope. And what is in there?
This is the black iPhone that was located on Mr. Hagwood's persons.
Has it been altered or changed in any way since you last saw it on July 4th, 2024?
No, ma'am.
Your Honor, the State moves Exhibit 7 into evidence.
Objection to 7?
No, Your Honor.
7's admitted.
Were any additional cell phones located in the red Ford Explorer?
Yes, ma'am. To my knowledge, there was also a red cell phone that was located inside the red Ford Explorer.
And who did that cell phone belong to?
Detectives and also other personnel on scene believe that it belonged to the secondary
Objection.
suspect.
Sustained.
At any point during your interaction with the defendant, did you observe face or neck tattoos?
No, ma'am.
Now, after the defendant was searched, was he placed in the back of your police cruiser?
Yes, ma'am.
Does your cruiser have the capability to record video?
Yes, ma'am.
And how does the recording system inside of your cruiser work?
There is a small camera located at the top left or right portion of our backseat of our zone car, which is able to go ahead and get a good view of whoever is being placed in our backseat.
And how is that recording stored?
It is restored via our Axon View app that we use for our cameras.
And if you saw photographs from the inside of your cruiser as well as additional photographs from the body cam that you have already mentioned, would you recognize them?
Yes, ma'am.
I'm going to show you on the screen in front of you what has been marked for identification as State's Exhibits B through I.
5?
5B through I. What are these photographs of?
These photographs are of us inside of our Cuyahoga County intake.
And do they also, does this set of photographs also include photographs from inside of your police car?
Yes, ma'am.
Are these fair and accurate photographs?
Yes, ma'am.
Have they been altered or changed in any way from the actual recording of your body cam and of the recording from your police cruiser?
No, ma'am.
The state moves exhibits 5B through I into evidence.
Objection to 5B through I.
No, Your Honor.
They're admitted.
Now going to publish these photos beginning with 5B. What are we looking at in photograph 5B?
This is Mr. Hagwood detained in our backseat.
And do you see any neck tattoos on Mr. Hagwood?
No, ma'am.
And which side of his neck do we see in this photograph?
This would be the right side of his neck.
Looking at State's Exhibit 5C, what is in this photo?
Again, this is Mr. Hagwood detained in our backseat, ma'am.
And which side of his neck is visible in this photo?
This would be the left side.
Do you see any neck tattoos?
No, ma'am.
Turning now to State's Exhibit 5D, where is this photo?
That is in the intake center of our Cuyahoga County Jail.
And who is in this photo?
In that photo is Mr. Hagwood, and then to the left, that's one of the primary officers in this case, and then just behind Mr. Hagwood is my partner, McFadden.
Moving now to State's Exhibit 5E, is this a zoomed-in picture of State's Exhibit 5D?
Yes, ma'am.
And do you see any neck tattoos on the defendant?
No, ma'am.
What side of his neck do we see in this photograph?
That would be the left side of his neck.
Turning now to State's Exhibit 5F, what do we see in this photo?
Again, Officer McFadden Officer Kane, and Mr. Hagwood.
Turning now to State's Exhibit 5G, do we see a zoomed-in version of the defendant that we saw in 5F?
Yes, ma'am.
And what side of the defendant's neck do we see?
This would be the right side of his neck.
And do you see any neck tattoos in this photograph?
No, ma'am.
At any point during your interaction with the defendant during this arrest, did you see any neck tattoos?
I did not, ma'am.
Turning now to State's Exhibit 5H, was another individual brought to the jail for booking along with King Hagwood?
Yes, ma'am.
And who is that individual?
That is Pierre Butler.
Who is 5H a photograph of?
That is Mr. Butler.
And is that how he appeared to you on that evening?
Yes, ma'am.
Do you notice any differences in Pierre Butler's hair and in King Hagwood's hair?
Yes, ma'am.
And what are those differences?
Mr. Hagwood has long, shorter length dreads, and Mr. Butler here has a small fro.
Turning now to State's Exhibit 5I, who is this a photograph of?
That is Pierre Butler, as well as Officer Kane, another primary officer on the case, and then my partner, Officer McFadden.
After the you discussed a sweatshirt. What was done with that sweatshirt after it was photographed?
That sweatshirt, after it was photographed, was entered into Mr. Hagwood's evidence.
And then because it was entered into Mr. Hagwood's evidence, was that in the jail or at a police department?
That would have been inside the jail, the county jail.
So Mr. Hagwood would have been able to take that with him when he left the jail.
Yes, upon his release.
Thank you. I have no further questions.
Cross?
Thank you, Your Honor. Officer, what time did this encounter take place on July 4th?
This incident, I want to say around the hours of midnight, leading up to midnight, between 11:30 and midnight.
Okay. The tag on the body cam indicated 12:58 a.m. Does that match with your recollection?
Around that time frame, yes, sir.
Now, do the pictures that you were shown in the booking area accurately reflect Mr. Hagwood's hairline,
Yes, sir.
as you recall?
Yes, sir.
Would you agree it's not down to that he had dreads not down to his shoulder?
Below his ears, around the neck. Whenever we dictate shoulder length, it's about hanging just above the shoulders.
Okay. And you refer to medium length direct and direct, do you recall that?
Yes.
Now, you indicated that the area was canvassed by a detective?
Yes, sir.
Near and near his arrest. Any firearms found?
No firearms recovered.
No firearms at the scene?
No, sir.
No firearms on Mr. Hagwood?
No, sir.
No firearms in the SUV?
No, sir.
It looks like in the picture, in the booking photos, Mr. Hagwood is wearing jeans.
Yes.
You indicated that he had black pants at the beginning of your direct.
Yes, sir.
How would you describe what he was wearing?
The initial description we got from the officers that initially had detained Pierre Butler, the second male that had ran was wearing all black. That's the initial clothing description we got. So upon seeing Mr. Hagwood running westbound from the vehicle and through the back of that dairy factory, I observed a male wearing all black.
But you would agree with that the pictures that you identified accurately reflect what he actually was wearing?
Yes.
And then, as I visualize your testimony, there were only 2 people in this SUV, is that correct?
Yes, sir.
One moment, Your Honor. Nothing further, thank you, Your Honor.
You redirect?
Officer Johns, when you saw an individual flee from that red Ford Explorer, could you tell if they were wearing black on the top half?
Yes, ma'am.
And what did it appear to you to be?
A black hoodie.
Thank you. I have no further questions.
Anything based on that?
No, thank
All
you,
right,
Your
you
Honor.
may step down, thank you.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Next witness?
The state calls Seth Dodson.
You raise your right hand, please. Swear testimony about to give us the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God. I do. All right, have a seat.
Please state your name for the record, spelling your last name.
Seth Dodson, Dodson,
Where do you work?
for the Ohio State Highway Patrol Intelligence Unit.
And what is your title?
I'm a public safety intelligence analyst.
In this role, what do you do?
We offer 24/7 support to law enforcement throughout the state, the country. Our predominant role is to support the Highway Patrol. Like I said, we're 24/7, so we offer real-time support. It could be something as simple as a phone number for a trooper that's roadside with an abandoned vehicle. We offer long-term case support for fraud investigations, drug investigations, cell phone investigations like this, where we're looking at geolocation information from cellular providers or other types of location data.
How long have you worked for the Ohio State Highway Patrol?
12 and a half years.
Have you held the title of Public Safety Intelligence Analyst for all 12 and a half years?
Yes, I have.
And as in Public Safety Intelligence Analyst, what are your specific responsibilities?
My main area of focus, excuse me, my main area of focus, because we are broken down into areas of focus, mine is gangs and criminal organizations with a specific focus on outlaw motorcycle gangs. But starting in 2017, I kind of got more of an unofficial focus in cell phone and other geolocation data analysis. Starting at the end of that year, I began analyzing these records here and there, just every once in a while. And then since then, that's grown into analyzing these probably on a weekly basis.
So when you say these records, what type of records are you referring to?
Yes, so all cell phone providers, so the big three we think about are AT&T, T-Mobile, and Verizon. They store they store records for billing purposes, business purposes, network optimization purposes, and a lot of those have location data associated with them. That location data can be uploaded into different programs. It can be hand mapped, and it can be analyzed for purposes in a criminal case, purposes in an exigent case where there might be no criminal nexus. These type of records can then be put into a system and mapped to be analyzed.
And in your role, do you map cell tower records from cell phone providers?
Yes, I do.
What program do you use to do this?
We use Trax. It's created by a company called ZX, based in Arizona. It was relatively recently purchased by LexisNexis.
And have you undergone training to be able to use Trax?
Yes, I have. In 2018, I did a 40-hour course and another 3-day course in 2020, I believe. And then in 2022, I did a 40-hour subject matter expert course. Go through the course. It's pretty rigorous. And then at the end of that, to gain your certification as a subject matter expert, you analyze 3 real-world cases that have been adjudicated across the country, and there's a peer review process, so you work on each case and you submit it, and there's back and forth telling you things you could improve upon. And so yeah, I've been to well over 100 hours of training for this.
Are you a subject matter expert?
I am.
How many cases have you worked on involving geolocation records analysis since 2017?
Well over 300.
Have you testified in court before?
I have.
And in addition to Trax and ZX, do you use Google Earth to complete your cell tower mapping?
Yes, when we're provided the records by whomever is requesting assistance, we take the electronic records and upload them into Trax, which then produces a Google Earth file. And most if not all of the analysis is done within Google Earth.
In this case, were you given 2 sets of cell phone records to review and map?
I was.
And which cell phone provider were these records from?
AT&T.
And when you receive records like you did in this case from AT&T, do you make any changes to those records?
No, the only thing we have to do in Trax is we create like a case in there. We assign it a name just for our own tracking purposes. We have to enter the target phone number. We assign it a color. If there's only one phone, I just always choose red because it shows up on the screen well. And then we have to change the time zone because the records are stored typically in UTC time. So we will change it to Eastern time. And then specific to AT&T, really to all 3 of the carriers, there can be issues with one of the types of records called data sessions or a data report. So the programmers at Trax have figured out that one of the issues specific to AT&T is with 60-minute data sessions, so we will filter those to turn off because they can be rather misleading. But no changes to the actual records are made.
What is the calculation to change a time from UTC to Eastern Standard Time?
It depends on daylight savings time. It can be either 4 hours backward or 5 hours backward to get to Eastern time.
In July, would it be 4 hours backwards or 5 hours backwards?
It would be 4.
I'm going to show you what has been marked for identification as States Exhibit 17. Is this a certificate of authenticity for one of the sets of records that you viewed in this case?
Yes, it is.
So are you able to see multiple files on the screen in front of you?
Yes, I am.
When you look at a data set that you're provided from AT&T, what information does subscriber information provide you with?
It's going to give you the name of the person that account is under, so the subscriber of the phone number through AT&T, typically their address, additional phone numbers potentially, It can have billing information, their account number, just basic customer information.
And are you currently able to see on your screen the subscriber information for the data set with the certificate you saw for Exhibit 17?
Yes.
And who is the subscriber?
The name says King Hagwood.
And what phone number is this for?
216-801-1094.
Is there an address associated with the name King Hagwood?
It says 11328 Lardit Avenue, Cleveland, Ohio.
And looking back now, and the name of the PDF file that you were looking at just now, was it report cricket 4236775.pdf?
Yes.
And now you're able to see the list of all of the PDFs and other documents that you were provided from AT&T. Did you review each of these documents encompassed within Exhibit 17 as part of your analysis in this case?
Not every one. I'm typically just concerned with the ones that contain information that will map in ZX or tracks, excuse me.
And looking at the different documents that you were provided, what specifically would you look at in order to perform your analysis?
The files that will map and tracks for AT&T at least are report AU, report LOC, LOC, report TA.
So going first to report AU and the PDF that has been marked as report AU 4236775, what does this document tell you?
The first thing you'll notice at the top of it, it says mobility with cell location. That means we're looking at an overarching term for these types of records is call detail records.
Hold on 1 second.
Sorry.
Where is that report AU with that number located on this exhibit? Does that correspond to what was just up there?
Your Honor, Exhibit 17 encompasses the whole file
All
of
right,
cell phone
I
records.
can't, these numbers are way too small to read, so report AU what?
Report AU 4236775.pdf.
4236.
775.pdf.
All right, go ahead.
Your Honor, the state moves to admit Exhibit 17 into evidence.
Is there any objection to 17?
No objection, Your
It's
Honor.
admitted.
Going to publish now this report AU. And Mr. Dodson, what does this tell you?
So the first thing I noticed is that it says mobility with cell location up top. And like I was saying, it's kind of an overarching term, but we refer to any cellular record with location, we refer to those as call detail records. It doesn't necessarily mean it's calls. But this tells me that these records have locations assigned to them, so it's going to let us know what cell site or cell tower and sector was utilized for specific communications, connections, maybe text messages. So this particular one is broken out into 3 different types of data, and that's voice usage, so calls to and from that device, SMS, so text messages. AT&T is the only provider that gives location data for SMS records. So we have voice, SMS, and then data. And data can be anything from you're driving down the road and you're using your phone to give you directions. So you're not connected to Wi-Fi. You're connecting to the network to give you a data connection so you can make those turns and know where you're going. Maybe you're sitting at a doctor's office and you're not connected to the Wi-Fi and you want to get on Facebook or you want to get on another social media website. Anytime you're not connected to Wi-Fi and you're using some sort of internet connection, you're connected to the network, and that's what we refer to as data.
And what is a cell phone tower generally?
I'm sorry.
You mentioned cell sites and cell towers. What is a cell phone tower generally?
It can be, it's typically like do you mean the physical, like it's a tower. A lot of the times, that's why we started referring to them more as cell sites, because it may not be on a physical tower. They can be on buildings, they can be in trees. They can move them around depending on if there's a large event going on. But these cell sites or cell towers provide coverage to the network for their subscribers to be able to utilize their devices. So they're typically broken down into 3 sectors, pointing different directions depending on how the carrier, in this case AT&T, is determining they need to focus that coverage.
And you've touched a little bit on it, but will you explain more about how cell phone towers work?
Yeah, it's radio frequencies, so it sends constant signals, and it depends on the area. If it's a really rural area, the carrier might determine that they don't need as many because there's not as many people. They don't need as many cell sites, so they'll have a handful that have a stronger antenna pointing out a little further potentially, and then in a more urban area, you'll have a lot more dense coverage of cell sites. Where there might just be more of them, I guess, is what I'm trying to say. How they work when you go to make or receive a phone call, a text message, you have to have a means to complete that transmission. So your phone connects to the cell site and makes it possible. It gives you service, it gives you coverage, so you're able to complete those transactions.
Looking back at this report AU data, what else within this data did you look at to complete your analysis?
So this will give you the date and time stamp, and again, you see it says the connection time, and it's in UTC. It'll give you the originating number. So for this particular page, it's showing you which one is initiating the call and which one is receiving it. That's the terminating one. The IMEI and IMSI are specific hardware identifiers for that phone. And then the cell location is giving the coordinates of the cell phone tower, or the cell site, cell tower, as well as the identifiers for that cell site.
Is there anything else within this document that would have been helpful to you in your analysis?
Nothing in particular, no.
And looking now at the rest of the documents contained within States Exhibit 17, please read the title of the document you would have looked at next.
The next one would have been Report TA.
Will you read the entire?
Yes, it's Report TA _ 4236775.pdf.
What does this document tell you?
So this is timing advance location information. AT&T is the last of the big 3 carriers that I mentioned earlier to get involved in this space. Timing advance is something that all 3 of them do now, AT&T, Verizon, and T-Mobile, and it's simply network monitoring and network optimization. They want to make sure wherever you're at on their network, when you go to make a phone call, when you go to get on the internet, when you go to send a text message, you can do so seamlessly without any issue. They want good customer service. They want you to be able to use that phone whenever you need it. So the way they do that, because there's a lot of people on the network at different locations throughout the network, throughout a set of cell sites, the cell sites are constantly sending these signals out to the devices, and the devices bounce that signal back. The way we've come to describe it is it's almost like Marco Polo, the game you play in the swimming pool, where the cell site is saying Marco, your phone says Polo. Depending on how long that signal takes to get from your phone back to the cell site, the network can determine how far away that phone is from the cell site.
And of the information listed in the top column, what of these different titles do you look at and do you use in your cell tower mapping?
Yeah, so the program we use, Trax, does this automatically for us. This can be hand mapped. We don't do that because it would take forever. We can go through and like spot check if we notice that there could be something that we have a question about or want to look at further. But the most important columns, I guess, are the cell tower latitude and cell tower longitude, the cell ID, the sector orientation. That's going to show us which sector was utilized for that particular timing advance hit. And then the last two columns are device latitude and device longitude, and that's AT&T's estimate of where that device is at the time. I'm sorry, the most important one really is timing advance. And AT&T does it a little bit differently. They give this unitless integer is what they call it, and I think they say that in their own explanation documents, but you take that number and you multiply it, depending on what the network type is, you'll multiply it to get the actual distance from the cell site.
How do you know what to multiply that number by?
The program we use knows what to multiply it by, but in the explanation document, I believe it's probably back in the original files.
Looking back at all of the documents contained within States Exhibit 17, what would you look at next to continue your analysis? Please state the full name of that document.
It would be report LOC underscore 4236775.pdf.
This has the title Historical Precision Location Information. What does this set of data tell you?
This is what AT&T now calls LOCTOBOR, which the acronym for that is LOCDBOR. It stands for Location Database of Record. They previously called it NELOS, and this is simply just NELOS is NELOS. And this is simply their estimate of where a device is at any given time. And so they'll give a latitude and a longitude. That's where they think the device is. And then the location accuracy gives a radius of their confidence.
And what source is this? When someone's on their phone, what different apps or what sources is this estimate coming from?
This is a combination of assisted GPS. So they're estimating where you are based on your GPS location, as well as the timing stuff that we just went over with timing advance.
Why does AT&T keep these sets of records that we've just discussed?
It goes back to network monitoring. They want to ensure.
Objection. Overruled.
Why does AT&T keep these records we've just discussed?
It's network monitoring and optimization. They want to ensure that whenever someone goes to use their phone, they can do so seamlessly.
So I'm now going to show you what has been marked as States Exhibit 18. For the set of records that we've just discussed, what dates and time ranges are they?
July 1st, 2024 to July 11th, 2024.
And are all three sets of records the same time? Now looking at timing, advanced location information,
Yes.
and mobility. I'm going to show you what has been marked for identification as States Exhibit 18.
Is this a certificate of authenticity?
Yes, it is.
Was this for the second set of data that you were asked to review?
Yes.
Now, looking at the documents contained within States Exhibit 18, did you review the same documents that you reviewed for States Exhibit 17?
Yes, I did.
Looking at report cricket 4133114.pdf, is this the subscriber information?
Yes, it is.
And what does this subscriber information indicate to you?
Again, it's giving a name, which it says Jane Doe. It's giving a billing address of 24805 Eldridge, Eldridge Boulevard in Bedford Heights, Ohio. The name under the billing party says Clarissa Bell.
And what is the phone number associated with this set of data?
It is 216-333-7964.
And looking at the sets of data that are contained within States Exhibit 18, what would tell you the time frame that this set was able to provide?
If you pulled up in any of the previous ones that we had, it would say at the top where or what dates and times AT&T queried records for.
So looking at report AU 4133114, what date and time were records queried for this set?
July 1st, 2024 to July 11th, 2024.
Your Honor, the state moves to admit Exhibit 18 into evidence.
The objection to 18,
No, Your Honor.
submitted.
And after you have the opportunity to review the records in States Exhibit 17 and 18, what steps do you take in order to complete mapping of these records?
The program we use, Trax, is only configured to accept or ingest Excel, CSV, or text files. It doesn't take PDFs. So I would take those text files from the same folders and upload them into Trax with the information, the relevant information. The text files are the same as the PDF. The program, for whatever reason, they've just never configured it to accept PDF. So I would take those, upload them into Trax, wait however long it takes. It's normally no more than 10 minutes for the Google Earth files to be created, and then I would do my analysis in Google Earth.
After completing the analysis in Google Earth and in Trax, do you then put that mapping into a PowerPoint?
Yes,
And would you recognize that PowerPoint if you saw it in court today?
I would.
Showing you what has been marked as States Exhibit 19. Are you able to see States Exhibit 19 on the computer in front of you?
I am.
And is this the PowerPoint that you completed based on States Exhibit 17 and 18?
It is.
Has this been altered or changed in any way since you last saw it?
No,
Is this fair and accurate?
it is.
Your Honor, the state moves Exhibit 19 into evidence.
19,
No objection.
submitted.
Now, Exhibit 19 is published. We're going to go through the tower mapping that you did. On the first slide, explain please what target numbers means.
Target numbers are just whatever numbers I was requested to analyze. So these are the two numbers that I was provided records for and asked to analyze their locations based on the cell site location information during a given time frame.
And these would have been the two phone numbers for the records you've just talked about.
That's correct.
Turning now to slide 2. Is this a discussion of the different types of records that you have already discussed?
It is.
Is there any additional information than what you've gone over?
No, I don't believe so, other than just notating the different colors for the two phone numbers. So phone number ending in 1094 will display as red on the following slides, and phone number ending in 7964 will display in green.
Are these depictions of the cell site markers in your mapping?
Yes, so anytime on the next several slides, whenever you see one of those push pins is what we call them in Google Earth, those notate a cell site or a cell tower.
What does this arc represent?
This is the visual representation of when we map timing advance. So we talked about the network, the cell site, which you can see there from the push pin, will send a signal. Once the phone receives it and sends it back, however long that takes, the network can determine how far away that phone is from that cell site, and then that is depicted with that curved red line in the image. The straight line coming from the push pin is the heading or the azimuth, the direction that antenna is pointing. So picture a compass. Wherever that is pointed is the heading for that specific sector of that cell site. And then the red curved line represents that sector and the distance. So those curved lines will always be at different lengths from a given cell site. And what AT&T is saying is they believe that phone is somewhere along that red curved line.
What is an H-plane or a horizontal plane?
This is unique to Trax. Other providers that offer mapping software typically use like a wedge shape. This just shows when you take a cell phone antenna and you test it in what they call an anechoic chamber. This is the shape that a radio frequency makes for a cell phone antenna. And so this H-plane represents, you can see again the cell site antenna location at the bottom. The arrow is showing you the azimuth, the direction the antenna is pointing for that specific sector. And this will be what we refer to as estimated coverage area, estimated handoff range, somewhere you would expect to find that phone in that shaded area, knowing that it's an estimate.
Turning now to slide number 6. Of the types of records that you previously explained, which did you use to create the mapping in slide number 6?
For slide number 6, this is the timing advance activity for device ending in 1094.
And what is the time frame of this video?
July 3rd, 2024 from 10:36 a.m. until 10:54 p.m. So for that specific day, that was the beginning of the timing advance records at 10:36, and then the last timing advance record was at 10:54 p.m.
Pausing the video at 10 seconds, we see in the upper left-hand corner a blue bar and a slider. What does this represent?
That comes with the Trax software. Once you download the Google Earth file from Trax, this is called the time bar slider. So it'll show where we're at in time within these records. So if I had Google Earth open right now, I could click on that little wrench tool that's kind of hard to see underneath the 6 kind of 216. And I could go through the dates and times that make up those records.
going to start this video at 3 minutes, which is 4:59 p.m. What time is it right now in this video?
It is 5 p.m. to 5:45, so we're seeing all the timing advance records in that 45-minute window.
And what do we see in this depiction on the screen?
I think it'll be, yeah, so we see the device move south from where it was, and then it starts to move west. And now we're seeing 5:46 p.m. to 5:59 p.m. So in that time frame, it moves south and then west.
And there's a red pin with an address on Belvoir Boulevard. What is that pin to represent that address?
Yes, it is. So between 6 p.m. and 6:30, the device continues to move west. From 6:31 to 6:59, the device moves south. From 7 p.m. to 7:50 p.m., the device moves north and then northeast. From 7:51 p.m. until 8:05 p.m., the device continues to move northeast and then starts moving south.
Pausing the video at 5 minutes and 18 seconds, what do we see here?
Zoomed in to show address at 2250 Parr Lane. And there's timing advance activity that would indicate the device is likely in that general vicinity.
What time is it?
I believe 8:05 p.m.
We see a setting that popped up. What is that notifying us of?
That's shown us that specific record. It's like a call-out box that'll show the details of that specific record. And it was at 8:03 p.m.
So now which way is the phone connecting to towers?
It is now moving back the direction it came earlier, heading southwest, I guess, or west. 8:06 p.m. to 8:30 p.m. The device moved south, and then between 8:31 and 8:59 p.m., it moved just a little bit east. From 9 p.m. to 9:59 p.m., there appears to be very little movement with that device. (10 p.m. to 10:10 p.m.), again, very little movement. 10:11 p.m. until 10:54 p.m. The device briefly moves east and then back west.
Turning now to slide number 7. What records did you look at in order to make this slide?
This was the same timing advance records, just zoomed in on that particular time frame between 5:49 p.m. and 5:56 p.m. This might be best in slideshow because there's multiple.
What phone number is this for?
216-801-1094.
And what does this tell us?
This shows in that 7-minute time span the device move south and then west in the area of Fairmount Boulevard. I'm sorry, I'm not super familiar with the roads. 87, the address that we talked about earlier, that 2748 Belvoir is in that area as well. Warrensville Center Road.
Turning next to slide number 8. What are we looking at in slide number 8?
Again, a snip in time from the previous video that we went through, and this is 7:58 p.m. to 8:05 p.m.
What area do we see here?
This is back at one of the addresses that was provided to me as an area of interest, 2250 Parr Lane, and the device moves south in this 7-minute time span.
We see a number 49 next to the marker on the screen. What does that number mean?
That is the particular row where you can find the data for that record within the PDF or the text files that we were going through previously.
And what does this indicate?
That's a call out for the data behind row 50. So it's showing us that at 7:58 p.m. and 55 seconds, the device was located 0.97 miles from that cell site, heading south, because the next one, 49, you'll see is after that. So at 8:03 p.m., we get record 49, which is further south, showing us the direction of travel, and that is 0.29 miles from that specific cell site.
How reliable is that?
Timing advance data?
Yes.
We use it all the time, not just in criminal cases. We use it in exigent cases where we have maybe a missing elderly person. As the highway patrol, we deal with those a lot, where we're trying to locate someone. We've used them in cases where we have a missing person, maybe an Amber Alert. We've used them. We've recovered dead bodies, I guess, for lack of a better term, with this type of data. We've used it kind of in the opposite way, where maybe they don't have, whatever agency we're helping, maybe they don't have a lot of supporting data for their case, or they're looking for additional evidence. So we will use this to tell them what roads we think a particular phone might have traveled down, so they can go get footage from a gas station, footage from a license plate reader, whatever it is. This stuff, outside of actual GPS data, timing advance across all three carriers, I think is incredibly reliable.
Is the tower for data set 49 closer to 2250 Par Lane than the tower in marked number 50?
Yes.
Looking now at slide number 9, what do we see?
This is the timing advance activity for both phones. So device ending in 1094 will show up in red, and device ending in 7964 will display in green, and it's between 10:30 p.m. on July 3rd, 2024, and 11:59 p.m. on the same date.
For the phone ending in 7964 is 22:30 hours, the first point in time on July 3rd that location records were available.
Yes, at least for timing advance data. This is showing activity between 10:30 and 10:35 p.m. for both phones. (10:36 to 10:45 for device ending in 7964. And then 10:46 to 10:59 for both devices. (11 to 11:05 p.m. for device ending in 7964.
And what did this tell you about the locations of the two phones?
They appear to be in the same general vicinity of one another. Tough to say for sure that they're actually together, but they're in the same general vicinity.
Skipping next to slide number 10. What data did you use to create the mapping on this slide?
So this is all the other data that we went through, not including timing advance. And the reason I do those separately is because, as you'll see, as this plays, the timing advance would be impossible to see with the amount of data that populates on the screen, specifically those H planes that we displayed. So this will be voice, anytime that device is making or receiving a call, sending or receiving a text message, accessing the network for internet usage, as well as that LOCDBOR, the LOCDBOR report LOC records. So it's pretty much all the other data.
What is the time frame of the mapping in this video?
July 3rd, 2024, 10:36 a.m. to 11:59 p.m. Here we see 10:36 a.m. to 1:45 p.m. (1:46 p.m. to 2:59 p.m.) (3 p.m. to 3:45 p.m.)
What does this entire red area indicate?
That is an estimated coverage area for a cell site, though I suspect it's not actually that large. Four p.m. to 4:59 p.m. the device moves west. Five p.m. to 5:30, it's in the area of like University Heights, Shaker Heights.
Is Belvoir Road that's marked in Shaker Heights?
I don't recall actually. 5:31 p.m. to 5:59 p.m. the device travels south and then begins to move west. Six p.m. to 6:59 p.m. the device moves a little further west and then south and then goes back north. 7 to 7:45 p.m. the device begins to move north again. Seven 46 p.m. to 7:59 the device continues to move northeast. 8 p.m. to 8:15 p.m. Device moved a little south and a little southwest. Eight 16 to 8:30 p.m. the device continues to move southwest. 8:31 p.m. to 8:59 p.m. the device is back over in the area where it began. And then from 9 p.m. until 11:59 p.m. it stays in that general vicinity.
And what does the word handoff indicate?
So AT&T is the only provider that gives cell site location information for handoff. So when I leave here today, if I start a phone call and I take it all the way to work in Columbus, if I had AT&T, it would show me every cell site I connected to while on that phone call. Whereas other ones might just give you the first or the first and the last. We're going to see for phone calls and for data sessions, we're going to see every cell site that device connected to while that call was going on or that data session was going on.
So when you say data session, are you referring to using various apps on your phone?
It could be apps or a browser, anything that's using like internet usage.
Turning next to slide 11. What data did you use to create the mapping in this slide?
Similar to the last one, voice, SMS, that Loctobor, and then data sessions for both devices now. July 3rd, 2024, from 10:30 p.m. until 11:59 p.m. (10:30 to 10:45 p.m.) 10:46 to 10:59 p.m. And then 11 to 11:59 p.m.
For all of the mapping that we just watched, are you able to say who was using a phone?
No, I cannot.
This is strictly that phone, the
Correct.
device itself.
Correct.
And do you have any involvement in this case other than creating the cell tower mapping that we have just viewed?
No.
Thank you. I have no further questions.
All right, we're gonna take about a 10-minute break.
Mr. Dotson, on direct, you indicated that your analysis involved two phone numbers, two devices.
Correct.
One that you labeled red, which was 216-801-1094.
Correct.
The other you labeled green, which was 216-333-7964.
Yes, that's correct.
As to the number that you labeled green, that came back to a Jane Doe.
As the subscriber name, correct.
Any of the information provided link up with Mr. Hagwood?
Could you clarify? I'm sorry, I'm not sure what you mean.
Was any of the information that you're aware of with regard to that phone number that you labeled green associated with Mr. Hagwood?
Not that I'm aware of.
Now, in most of your responses on direct, you talked about an estimate, right? So this location data isn't a precise point. Is that fair to say?
For some of it, I would say that's fair to say.
Well, and you talked about a radius of confidence, right?
For the report loc, yes.
And a radius implies that there's a range.
Correct, yeah.
And you talked about cell phone towers being attached to buildings, trees, or freestanding. Do you recall that?
Yes.
What factors increase or decrease the radius of confidence in these location estimates?
That would be something someone from as far as the report loc goes, that would be something I think someone from AT&T would have to answer, because that information, the algorithm they use for that is like proprietary essentially.
Okay, so you don't know.
Not with that specifically.
And does the direction that the cell tower is facing, is that a factor in your mind, if you know?
Yeah, a factor in what, I guess?
In the accuracy of the location, if you know?
I guess I'm not sure how to answer that, because I'm sorry, I don't know what you're asking, I guess.
Okay. Is the volume of traffic for the cell tower a factor at all?
Yeah, yes it can be.
And did you take that into consideration with regard to the estimates that you provided?
There's no way for me to take that into consideration, because it is what it is. It's if you connect to a cell site, you connected to that cell site at that time.
And again, one of your responses, you talked about the general vicinity, but it's a range, right? It's not pinpoint.
With that, if you're talking about, sorry, you can't see it, the specific one where I was asked about the address and I said it was potentially in the general vicinity, that I would say is more accurate than the others that we've talked about.
Okay, but it's still not, okay. But you're standing by a general vicinity.
I would, yes, based on my experience with those type of records.
And then, one of the last questions you were asked, your testimony is focused on these two devices,
Correct,
not an individual.
correct.
And you don't have any knowledge as to who had the devices at any given time.
Correct.
One moment, Your Honor. Nothing further, Your Honor.
Any redirect?
No, Your Honor.
All right, you may step down, thank you. All right, next witness.
Your Honor, the state rests.
All right, exhibits. The only ones I don't have accounted for are 8 and 11. They were both identified. I don't know that they were admitted. My notes indicated they were not admitted. Is that correct?
That's correct. I put them on the court drive in the identified folder as opposed to the admitted folder. And State's Exhibit 14 was the defendant's interview, the original unredacted.
Right.
I did not move that to the court drive because I put the redacted version, State's Exhibit 15, that we played in court in the admitted folder on the court's drive.
And 16 was not admitted.
I put that in the identified folder.
Okay. All other exhibits have been admitted without objection, is that correct?
Yes, Your Honor.
Okay. Mr. Fatico?
Your Honor, we'd ask the court to consider a dismissal pursuant to Rule 29, reading the facts most favorable to the state. We believe they haven't met their burden of proof.
Response?
Thank you, Your Honor. The state has met its burden as to each element of counts 1 through 3, along with the attached firearm specifications. There's been testimony from multiple witnesses as to the date of this incident being on July 3rd, 2024, that it happened at the Pine Ridge Apartments, which is located in Willoughby Hills, Lake County, Ohio. Ms. Van Walker testified to how the defendant approached her, pointed a gun at her, and asked for her car keys and her cell phone. Ms. Van Walker was able to complete a photo lineup where she identified the defendant at 85%, and she did identify that the defendant did have a firearm on his person that she believed to be real. The evidence presented shows that the defendant did in fact display that firearm, brandished it, possess it, and possess that firearm. In addition to Ms. Van Walker's testimony, the cell tower mapping that Mr. Dodson just testified to shows the phone that was found on the defendant's person connecting to towers on a path from Cleveland to Willoughby Hills and then on a path back from Willoughby Hills to Cleveland after this incident occurred. And the data from the Cellbrite extraction shows that the phone was being actively used during that time. As far as receiving stolen property, the state presented the testimony of Mr. Northup, who testified that on July 3rd, 2024, he was approached with a firearm, told to get on the ground, count to 100, and leave his keys, that it was in fact a motor vehicle, a 2021 Ford Explorer, that was stolen from him. The defendant was in receipt of the stolen property in Willoughby Hills when he committed the aggravated robbery of Bina Van Walker, and that car was confirmed to be in the Pine Ridge Apartments based on the flock camera hits that dispatcher Sarah McCullough testified to.
All right, based on the testimony and the evidence, the motion for acquittal is overruled. How long do you need to transfer the exhibits from today?
10 minutes.
Okay. Mr. Fatiga, what do you anticipate doing after that transfer is done?
We anticipate resting, Your Honor.
All right. So why don't you transfer those exhibits? I'll come back and have a discussion with Mr. Hagwood, and then we'll go from there. Okay?
All right.
chose not to testify would not consider that for any reason. Do you understand that?
Yes, Your Honor.
All right, and Mr. Fatika has indicated that it's your desire not to testify in this case, is that correct?
Yes, Your Honor.
And while you consulted with him, is that your decision to not testify?
Yes, Your Honor.
All right. And Mr. Fatika, are you resting?
We're resting, I'll renew Rule 29.
All right. That is denied. Ready to proceed to closing?
Yes, Your Honor.
All right, for the state?
Thank you, Your Honor. On behalf of the state, this was an investigation that was pieced together through the Willoughby Hills Police Department. Initially, this transaction and series of transactions began with the testimony from Nicholas Northrup about what happened to him around 6 p.m. in the city of Shaker Heights as he was driving down South Belvoir Road in their jurisdiction. He was driving on a 2-lane road with cars parked on one side of the road. He observed a gold sedan in front of his vehicle, the 2021 red Ford Explorer, sometimes described in the testimony as maroon color, was cut off by a gold sedan, at least a driver and a passenger inside that vehicle. He was unsure if there were others in the vehicle, and the front seat passenger exited the vehicle, brandished and displayed a firearm, in which he responded by exiting his vehicle, leaving his cell phone and keys in the vehicle, laying on the ground face down, before the front seat passenger entered into his vehicle without permission and drove off with it. His testimony was that he utilized the Find My iPhone application in an attempt to track his missing cell phone that was in the vehicle, that was later located in the city of Cleveland and returned to him. There was no suspects that were ultimately charged in the Shaker Heights incident, as Mr. Northrup indicated that the person had dreadlocks, was a black male, but was wearing a facial covering, a COVID mask, for lack of a better term, and could not make an identification, did not recognize the person or the driver, and so nobody was charged in that incident. That happened July 3rd, 2024. Approximately 2 hours later, for the case in front of this court, the red Ford Explorer with the license plate belonging to Mr. Northrup hit on the flock camera described by Detective Powell inbound on Parr Lane at 8:03 p.m. and outbound on Parr Lane at 8:06 p.m. That corresponds to the entrance and exit of the Pine Ridge Apartments. Bina Van Walker, the victim in this case, described that she was sitting in her motor vehicle. The window was rolled down because she was waiting for the arrival of a package, a large bicycle, and she wanted to have eyes on both the package delivery area as well as her individual unit within the Pine Ridge apartment complex. She was sitting in her vehicle in the driver's seat. She was the only person in her vehicle. When 2 males approached her vehicle, she did not see where they came from. However, the male that she interacted with, who was closest to her driver's side door, displayed and brandished a firearm that she described as silver in color. She testified that she does not have familiarity with firearms other than what she sees in the media. And the person who displayed and pointed the firearm at her was close enough to her that she could hear what he initially said, give me your keys and wallet. She thought maybe it was a misunderstanding and the person was inquiring about her parking spot, given that she was so close to the fitness and package room. So she asked again what the person had said to her, and the statement was repeated while the firearm was pulled and displayed from the waistband area, removed from the waistband area, and pointed at her. She testified that she was very scared. She thought it was a real gun. She immediately rolled up the window and wanted to turn on her vehicle to drive away, to get away from these 2 individuals, at which point she observed what she described as a red SUV pull up closer in front of her vehicle, and the two males fled and entered that red vehicle before driving down the wrong way of the Parr Lane Pine Ridge apartment complex. And then the testimony from the dispatcher was that there was an outbound flock hit on that license plate of that 2021 Ford Explorer. Ms. Banwalker testified what she did afterwards, trying to hide her car, tracking down a security guard who then she asked to call 911 for assistance. A couple hours later, there's testimony from Patrolman Jeremiah Johns from the Cleveland Police Department that Cleveland Police Department located this red SUV with the same license plate belonging to Nicholas Northrup. One occupant had bailed out of the vehicle, and a second occupant, the driver, had fled out of the vehicle, at which point Cleveland officers observed a black male with dreadlocks wearing black flee from the vehicle, go through an area in the city of Cleveland before they briefly lost sight of him. One Cleveland officer went to the vehicle to make sure it was clear, put that vehicle in park as it was rolling down the street, and then shortly thereafter, the defendant was apprehended near that red Explorer, as well as a black hoodie that was observed initially by the officers that he was wearing when he first exited that Ford Explorer. As to count 1, aggravated robbery with the firearms specification, the state has met its burden as to those elements and specifications. Count 2, attempted grand theft of a motor vehicle with that firearm specification. Bina testified that she was sitting in her Hyundai Santa Fe. The defendant and person who approached her vehicle asked for the keys and cell phone. She did not comply, was scared, and so she drove away. And then count 3, receiving stolen property. Bina testified that the person who pointed the gun at her, she gave a physical description, then after she did not comply with his demands, ran back to that red SUV vehicle, which was the 2021 Ford Explorer of Nicholas Northrup, with the firearm, and then proceeded to leave the Pine Ridge apartment complex. This person who was later identified through a lineup was identified with 85% certainty by Bina Bandwalker. She does not know the defendant. She had never seen him before. She was administered 2 different lineups in this case. The first lineup contained a photograph of the defendant, King Hagwood, and the second lineup contained a photograph of Pierre Butler. That was based on the arrest that Cleveland Police Department had made that same day. Patrolman Weidrich testified that he had no involvement in this investigation. He just happened to be in the station when Detective Powell had an interview with the victim scheduled, and so Detective Powell testified how he made the photo lineup, which photos that he used and selected to make the first lineup containing an image of the defendant, and then a second lineup with an image of Pierre Butler. Bina and the witnesses testified that she identified the defendant, who was in folder 2 at 85% confidence, and that person did not have any neck or facial tattoos. And then she also made an identification at 20% certainty for folder number 3, who the testimony from Detective Powell was not involved in this investigation at all. It's important to note that the Cleveland Police Department, when they arrested the defendant on July 4th, mere hours after the incident in Willoughby Hills, the defendant was arrested and did not have any neck or face tattoos, which is consistent with what Bina Bandwalker had described initially, just, I believe, 7 days after the aggravated robbery had occurred. The testimony from Seth Dodson focused on the cell phone records from AT&T for the defendant, showing that the phone was in the area of the Pine Ridge apartment complex. around the time of the flock hits and the time the 911 call came in at 8:12 p.m. There was also testimony from the crime lab personnel about the defendant's DNA being present on the combined swab of the steering wheel and gear shift, and the testimony was that it was combined to give the greatest chance of trying to identify and include in the statistical probability the amount of DNA, given that it is a high frequency and high use object that was swabbed here. There was also testimony from the extraction of the defendant's cell phone utilizing the Cellbrite program that showed a photograph from around the time of the incident of the defendant sitting on a red Ford Explorer with a similar sticker from the Euclid Fire Department that Nicholas Northrup described. And Detective Powell describes that he recognized the area in the background of this photograph as being near Jamarian's residence, who the defendant stated that this incident is to be blamed on Jamarian, because Detective Powell went down to Jamarian's house on Sophia Avenue and recognized the area where the photograph of the defendant sitting on the car was taken. There was also a video that was taken July 3rd, earlier in that day, prior to the Willoughby Hills aggravated robbery, and that video displayed how the defendant's physical appearance looked that day with dreadlocks. Also in the back seat of that, or in that video, there was testimony that Pierre Butler was there, so the court could see what his physical appearance, his hairstyle looked like, as well as Jamarian Bradley, who the defendant stated is responsible for this, and that the Willoughby Hills Police Department has the identity wrong and that it was all Jamarian Bradley. We also heard testimony about the activity on the cell phone belonging to the defendant prior to what occurred in Willoughby Hills and afterwards. There were communications between the same phone numbers that are reflected in the defendant's Lake County Jail smart communications records between his mom and then other nicknames for contacts that were added in the smart communications program, as well as in his cell phone. So the state has proven its case beyond a reasonable doubt as to each and every count in the indictment, and we would ask that you find the defendant guilty at this time. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Mr. Fatica?
Thank you, Your Honor. Your Honor, I'd like to focus on some areas on which the court should find reasonable doubt in the case. First, we'll start out with the firearm. I disagree with my colleague. She said the gun was, she said that Ms. Banwalker indicated the gun was silver. I believe Detective Powell verified that in Banwalker's first description, she said it was gray. Her testimony during her deposition was gray silver. And that contrasts with the description given by Mr. Northrup, who described the gun as silver. Again, I know you heard the evidence. No firearm was recovered in this case, despite a fairly extensive investigation. Another point of contention, we heard a lot of testimony about the length of Mr. Hagwood's hair. You saw the picture from his booking. In her initial statement, again, which Detective Powell verified, she described it as shoulder length, and in her deposition, she described it as not quite to his shoulders. You can see the pictures. I don't think that matches the description. Then the photo array. She's initially, or She said in the photo array she was 85% sure. In her deposition, she said she was 80% sure. I'm going to suggest that 15 or 20% is a basis for reasonable doubt. Another basis for reasonable doubt is she was 20% sure it was somebody wholly unrelated to the case. We can't, I don't believe we can be sure given that factual background. We saw a picture of Mr. Hagwood with two other individuals in the back of what is supposed to be this stolen SUV, but the time on that picture, I believe, was 1:40 p.m. The allegation in Shaker Heights wasn't until 6. I'd ask you to consider that as well. Again, another, Ms. McCullough, who was the dispatcher, the initial call talked about 2 suspects. Then we hear from Ms. Banwalker, well, it was at least 3, could have been 4. You heard testimony about a hoodie with a graphic design that was found near where Mr. Hagwood was apprehended, but neither Northrop nor Ms. Banwalker talked about ever seeing writing on the back of the hoodie. Again, it's another basis for reasonable doubt. We'd ask the court to consider the fact that as to Ms. Banwalker, the vehicle was never taken from her. I think at best that this is an attempt. We'd ask the court to consider that in rendering a verdict. And then we'd also like to talk about, on the receiving charge, venue. I don't think there was any evidence in the case to show that Mr. Hagwood was in control of the vehicle in Lake County. Even taken in a light most favorable to the state, they're saying he got into the car, and again, we're questioning the identification. And even if you were to accept that, I don't believe that venue lies here in Lake County as to that county. Given this factual background, we ask the court to find reasonable doubt here on all 3 charges and find Mr. Hagwood not guilty.
Thank you. Ms. Gold?
Thank you, Your Honor. Ms. Banwalker did clearly identify that the individual who approached her did point a firearm at her, and while she does not have experience with firearms, she has familiarity with what they look like, and she was able to state, yes, that was a firearm that was pointed at me. During the photo array, when Ms. Banwalker was shown that photo array almost a year ago, testimony was elicited during trial that she identified the defendant with 85% certainty. During her deposition, she testified to the percentage that she recalled assigning the photograph of the defendant about a year ago. And in her recollection, that was 80% certainty, but we know from the testimony of Officer Dylan Weidrich that at the time she completed this photo lineup, she did identify the defendant with 85% certainty. The individual who she identified with 20% certainty, she qualified with the fact that he had neck tattoos, and she did note that the individual who held a gun up to her head in an attempt to rob her car did not have any face or neck tattoos. And the lack of face and neck tattoos on the defendant at the time of this incident was confirmed through the testimony of Officer Jeremiah Johnson through photographs submitted during his interactions with the defendant that evening of his arrest on July 4th, 2024. He did not see neck tattoos. As far as the video that was admitted into evidence of the defendants Pierre Butler and Jamarion Bradley in the back of a vehicle, the state is not alleging that they were in the stolen vehicle. That photograph was used to show that day the three of them were in fact together, and it was also used to show the differences in the appearances of those three males on that day. While Miss Van Walker never said that the hoodie that the defendant was wearing had writing on the back, she was able to identify that the hoodie was plain black in the front, which is the testimony that was elicited from Officer Johns. Mr. Fatiga has asked this court to consider that it was an attempt, the aggravated robbery, and that the defendant did not in fact get away with Miss Van Walker's vehicle. The aggravated robbery statute does include an attempt. The defendant does not need to get away with Miss Van Walker's vehicle in order for him to be found guilty of aggravated robbery. The onus is not on Miss Van Walker to give away her vehicle in order for the defendant to be convicted of this crime. And for this reason, for the reasons that were stated in Miss Wood's closing argument, we ask you to find the defendant guilty of all 3 counts and firearm specifications.
All right, thank you. I will, we will reconvene after I review the other.
All rise.